I did some thinking about what I wanted to do over the week a little bit. And I was watching, actually, so I watched one of the Camelot Fate Grand Order movies this week. Fate Grand Order always has a lot of cool stuff for theirs, and I was kind of inspired to maybe just change a little bit of my camera stuff, but if you hate great animation but hate the camera work, do you have to change the animation after you fix up the camera? Oh, I wonder. That's a two-part question, I think. Because the question is whether the camera is the problem. Like, you can make a good animation and the camera work could be bad, but what would you define as good animation? Because good animation could be not the camera, right? Like, the animation itself is fine. But a lot of times animation for film or movies and TV and stuff, everything is to a camera. So if your camera is bad, that means your animation's bad, right? Hard to really pull those two apart. If we're talking about video games, then it's a little bit different because the player can always put the camera at a bad angle. I don't think we want to change too much here. We just want to, like, instead of having the camera be panned out here, I was thinking have the camera track really far forward so he stomps on the ground and jumps up. Just make it slightly more dynamic. I want to fill the character into the screen. I feel like doing all this stuff here where it's just like far away is kind of not interesting. Otherwise, I think everything else was okay. Oh yeah, no, totally. If you're doing like exercise assignments, the thing is, like, animation is always to camera, right? Or I should say, at least as animators, we should always be very cognizant of what kind of camera angle we are using. So in the case of your assignment, it's pretty important, I think, to make it look good for whatever angle you're doing. Because if you were doing an ortho, then that means you're making it look good in ortho, right? Because we're always looking at something from one angle. That's the way that we consume media. Obviously, 3D, we have the option of changing the angle a lot later. But I mean, if you were animating in 2D and you were doing ortho, it would be stuck in ortho forever, right? So 3D is a little bit weird in that sense. Hey Pierre, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you again. Okay. I'm probably just gonna see. Junk Robot, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it a lot. Where'd the control go? This is why you guys use, this is why we use pickers. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. I say that I don't use a picker, but whatever. So I wanted to do down, up. Okay, I need to resolve what rotation. Should he rotate counterclockwise or clockwise here? I feel like in one motion would be cool. I'm using a mouse, Junk Robot. Hey, what's up? Charkaju? What's up? Thanks for joining the stream. The question here is what would make better curve? Like, do we want sword to drag, flip, lip? Or do we want Then also, how do we want to frame it? Because here, he's going to come in, he's going to jump. Maybe spinning. You know, let's just try doing clockwise first. We'll see how that feels, and then we'll figure out whether we want. But if we're going to do that, then we also need to do the camera. So if we need the camera, we want to figure out... Okay, so here... Let's frame this better first. Because we're going to do something spinning oriented, I think. So if he comes down, how do we want to frame it? His feet? Gotcha. I'm gonna save this to save as here. How this works. Blocking plus spline. Because here. Where'd you go? Okay. What kind of angle? Something that frames this. Is there gonna be a YouTube video over this breakdown? You mean like a VOD of the stream? Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, yeah, just like the yesterday one. Yeah, there will be. Yeah, yes. Short answer is yes. I am still trying to figure out sort of if everyone prefers having it edited down, like cut, so it's shorter. Because most of my streams are usually around 3 hours, 2 to 4, 2 to 6, 2 to 5 hours ish, depending. And the question is more like whether people on YouTube prefer having the whole thing versus just like a 1 hour. Because I usually try cutting it down to 1 hour, getting rid of some of the empty space and all that stuff. Because watching someone just fiddle back and forth is useful for some people, but not for everyone. But I don't know. Everyone's different, so hard to say. Yeah, I guess I think what people were saying before was that like if you just want to watch a little bit of like the process and just get a sense, then you just watch the YouTube, which is like cut down a little bit. If you want to watch the whole thing, you just come to the stream, and then it'll be like this where I'm just watching the same thing over and over and over for like 10 minutes trying to figure out what I'm doing. Oh no, thank you guys for dropping in and spending some time here. It's nice. If I were doing this by myself every weekend, it would be kind of boring. But having people around is nice, right? So I'm just playing video games anyway, otherwise, right? So might as well do something slightly more useful. What year are these rigs from? I don't know. When was Ekko released? That's probably when the rig was built. Okay, so the blocking for the camera I think is like slightly better. But it will have to change when I do spline. Maya's freezing. I don't even have mods. Do I even have mods? I'm the only mod. Do we ban this? Do we ban Pita? Oh, that's nice. You guys are you wingmanning? You're just hyping your friend up. Okay, there is one thing to note here, that if you're doing camera movements, you'll notice here that I framed him here in this kind of scenario. It's a lot nicer. Well, not nicer. When you're animating the camera, you have to imagine it as also part of your animation. So you'll notice that when I'm doing this camera move here, my camera is going from close to far back. And there's one issue, which is mainly the fact that like you'll notice that when you're watching from this camera that the character is teleporting from left to right, even though in the scene he's not moving, right? In the scene he's like staying in the same spot, but on the camera he's moving left to right. So we have to be cognizant of that, and we need to make sure we're animating the camera in such a way where the character is still obeying these things that we want. It's tricky though because something like this. So it's like when you're seeing all of this on the camera, we do have to make sure that we're tracking this entire every frame so that like everything in the scene is also tracking well. Please, we're in a beginner anime class. Make me a mod and I'll personally clean up this chat with no bias. Yeah, that's true. I mean, when you meet people in classes, you'll see everyone at different levels, and lots of different people are. Some people are really good at the basics and can learn really, really fast. Don't let that distract you from your work, though. Wait, are you guys in class right now? If you guys are in class right now, you guys shouldn't be on the stream. Or are you guys saying that you guys are currently enrolled? Because you can imagine, right? Like, so even though in this camera angle here in the 3D space, he's actually not going left to right, right? He's going forward. But because the camera is panning out, if you actually start him screen left and then push him to screen right, it can almost act as like an additional, like, you know, pose change or whatever. You get kind of like the extra, like, oh, if he's throwing, then he gets forced back. You get a little bit of more dynamics there. It feels slightly more forceful, right? Like, he's here, he's throwing, he's changing to the right side, and then this weapon comes to the screen left. I think I can keep it here though. We may not need that rotation there. Maybe we just keep it camera. If you're using the Discord link, you guys need to make sure that you are logged into Discord. Or typing in the correct one. Those are probably the two main issues that people run into. But yeah, my Streamlabs bot seems to be working a little bit. I don't know. The probably a typo. Not sure. Things like that are always tricky. Thank you for the follow, Rauher. Appreciate it. Welcome to the Omo fam. I'm trying to figure out here. I want to do some sort of like camera rotate along this to get like a little bit of the slow-mo feel, but I don't know which angle is better. Is it better to rotate from the left or the right? Because we're panning it, we're zooming out here, right? So is it better to be on this angle? Might be. Yeah, maybe we do have to do that. Let's see how that works. So we're gonna point the camera here. You know what? I need to actually like turn on the camera size-wise because we can't see it. Show camera. So if we're pointing the camera here, we'll fix the pose, but comes down. I want the camera to be like here, but not full face straight on. Or actually, should we do the left side? I wonder. Dear San, thank you for the Prime sub. You didn't have to, dude. Thanks for that, though. You have no one else you can give it to? Joshua asks, what is your main source of inspiration for camera work to get those cinematic views? Huh. That's an interesting... I don't know, because I don't actually... So for League, we don't do any camera stuff, right? All our camera stuff is from top view for game cam, for MOBA stuff. Thanks to your son. I know you don't say much in chat, but I see you popping in every now and then, especially when we're playing League. So for the cinematic camera stuff, it's interesting because for my work, I don't do camera stuff. I only basically just observe. I think mainly from anime. I'm really into understanding how people storyboard their stuff, and it's interesting because a lot of times background animation versus the character animations are done separately. The characters are like drawn out first, right? And then they're vectored and colored and all that other stuff. And the background is separate because you have a background artist and then you have those two things working on separate layers. So it's interesting how in 3D that doesn't work that way. They did a little bit of that in like Spider-Verse. At least getting a little bit of that delineation between those two layers and having full control over them separately to a degree. But for me, it's more about like understanding the relationship of composition in your frame and how you want momentum and energy to feel. So actually, if we're doing anything, this is the first animation I've done in like years, I think, where I'm actually animating a camera to do something. Like I have not done that in like ages or ever. I think if you like look at my old demo reels, I haven't done any camera stuff. So like right here, I think for dynamism, maybe we just do this where we keep it tilted. Can we do a focal length thing? We could do a focal length here thing where it's like slightly dynamic, right? So for an antic, we'll pull in the dynamism here. So when we do a shorter focal length, right, what this does is it puts everything far back, farther away, but everything forward more close. So it sort of like stretches everything. So what we're gonna do here is when he like comes down, like right here, we'll make it so that like the things in the front end up being a lot bigger, theoretically speaking. And then as he jumps, I think as he jumps, then we'll pitch around. Yeah, honestly, Peter has the right idea. Anime is actually cheating. Well, first off, they obviously animate at 24 frames. And then if you look at most animes are generally drawn at every 2 frames, 2 to 3 frames. Obviously, when you have Sakuga stuff, it's done at almost every frame. But if you combine every 2 frames with a moving camera on every single frame, you actually get the illusion that things are moving at every frame, right? And that's where the variable frame rate of animations becomes interesting because you get a lot of texture. So in a situation where you're thinking about, oh, how do I animate this character and then also the background? That's kind of like an interesting problem and an interesting like space that you're in. Obviously for 3D, most of us are just like, oh, you just have to animate everything. Obviously computer helps with tweening and stuff, but and anime have figured out how to do things pretty efficiently. think I'm hoping that this is gonna look good. We will definitely have to polish the motion on this later, but hey Sebs, welcome to the stream. Jiro Cool asks, is this animation for Wild Rift intro? It is for, not specifically. Not for Wild Rift. It is a fan animation that we're doing right now. Cool. All right, so what we're gonna do, because we're trying to do this, we're going to spline and or blocking plus a little bit of the echo part. Joshua, thank you for the Prime sub, dude. Man, you guys don't have to. Well, I appreciate you guys a lot for even thinking about giving me the Prime sub. Guys, don't. Oh no, please. Dear son, what have you started? What have you started? All right, we can see that obviously there's some transition issues that we're having. Wait. God, I need a new sub badge or a new like sub emote. Honestly, if anything, you guys have literally double the number of subs I've have so far. Oh my god. Okay, we have jumped today from 3 subs to 6 subs. Wow, 100% channel growth, guys. Impressive. How amazing. How do I pronounce your username though? Juroku? Thank you for the Prime sub, dude. You guys are so funny. Okay, I need to do one change on the camera on this part. because it's wobbling. You can see here that it's going forward and then back and forward again. So we need to... It's a little bit cooler when it's this way, right? So we might just have to delete the... Did we delete this part? Oh, actually, no. We need to take this and we need this to be the last frame here. So let's reverse it. That's what we're going to do. Okay, so it comes up, spins around a little bit. Okay, yeah, there's some transition problems, but nothing we can't deal with. Antan, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh my goodness, this There's a hype train going. Oh fuck! What is this? Guys, I don't have emotes ready. Level 1 hype train. Stud gift or use bits to get to the next level. Completing level 1 requires combined supports totaling 4 tier 1 subs or... Oh, completing level 1 requires combined support events totaling 4 tier 1 subs. Hype conductors. I've never seen this before. Be one of the top supporters to earn the hype train conductor badge. Sub or gift. Thank you for the follow. Deltaru. Sub or gift to take over this spot. Uses... Wait, what? Guys, I did not prepare. I'm not. I don't have content ready for this. We used to have. Were you guys here when we did some? Holy shit! What the? Guys, don't do this. You guys don't get any benefits from being a sub. You guys don't get anything. This is horrible. Someone said that Prime subs on here are eligible to earn a mod. Is that true? I'll think about it. I don't have any benefits for you guys yet. Well, first off, no one's there's only one person that subbed to me. Like, legit, in terms of, like, paying. I don't have enough of a sub family to like really have. Okay, so were you guys here when we made when I was drawing sub emotes that I was going to maybe use? Let me see if I can find an image of it. The question is, where did I save them to? Auto key? Man, I am so disorganized. Where do I find all my stuff? Stream. Identity. Distro stream. One clash. Genshin animation. There's some animation rigs. Nope. Stream? Stream. Nope. Stream overlays. Wait, guys, seriously. What are you guys doing? Stop. Okay, someone needs to. No. Stop. God, I can't. You guys are guilting me into having to like. Oh, . What are bits though? Holy shit. What are bits? Is that just money? Oh my lord, guys. See, the thing is, I would feel better if... Well, I guess that's in my power, right? That's in my power to make it worth it, right? Make it worthwhile. When you choose to do your thing, do your thing. So I guess that's up to you guys. But okay, well, first off, let me just express my appreciation for, even if it's for shits and giggles, I appreciate everyone's involvement and generosity here. But hopefully this hype train stops at its next stop eventually. Yep. Bits. I need to do my research. How much is 100 bits? Okay. All right. Let me just see if I can find the freaking emotes that I was trying to draw a long time ago. But because I was trying to figure out a different branding for the channel, I kind of put them off on the side. Let us see. Stream levels. Honestly, where did I save it? What the heck? Animation? Art? Personal? Class emotes. Auto key. Right. I'm just gonna search my Twitter. Maybe I can just find the image. Search Twitter. Auto key. Counts. Shit. Emote. Ah, here. Save images as. Okay, so I did this one thing. Yeah, add image. Or desktop. Okay. So we had these before. I think this was a couple of streams ago, like at the beginning of the year. I spent some time drawing these. So the story here is that the top left is, if you notice, it's the same button. Let me turn off the Spotify thing. So it's the auto key button here on the bottom right, the thing that's highlighted as red right now. So we converted the color. Yeah, it's Aruki-chan or Aruki-kun. Aruki-kun. We were thinking about something like I was gonna call him Mark because of Mr. Autokey, but I'm not sure if Mark is a better name or not. But yeah, when we saw the top left image here, it looked like a face with a nose, and it was sleeping. So we did some variations on that to see how that looked. I guess theoretically I can turn these into emotes right now, or this week, just for fun, so that people can use them if they sub. I do want to eventually change a little bit of sort of like the branding and like icons for this entire channel once I get to it. But I think for now, yeah, if I have time this week, maybe I'll just convert these since like we have a couple of subs now. We have a handful of subs now, and theoretically subs get access to emotes, right? My understanding. I might as well do that then. At least for now. For now, we'll just live with that. Okay, I'll try doing that this week. Thank you everyone for our very first hype train. That was quite exciting. Have you guys seen Pikame? There was a really cute super chat things from Pikame. Here. Let me load this up quickly. Let's see. Window display capture. Okay. So Pikame is a VTuber. I've been watching a lot of VTuber. I think Pikame is really cute. Her just personality, how excited she is all the time. But she had this. So what was happening? What was happening just now? Was sort of reminding me a little bit of it was slightly reminding me a little bit of this thing that where Pikame is basically just talking about having fun streaming, and then people start donating to her with super chats, and then it just rolls, right? It just rolls on. Can you guys hear that? You guys can't.
こちら配信の方に活躍させていただきますので、また皆様に楽しんでいただけるようこれからも頑張りたいと思っておりますってことでね。I deserve more than I should だからさ、Thank you so much だよ。本当にありがとう。Wait, that English was not correct. なんだっけ Wait, how do I say? More than I deserve. That one! Sorry! 必要な額足りてないんですけどみたいな言い方しちゃった。間違えちゃった。Sorry! 違うの間違えた。やべえ、めっちゃI'm being cocky じゃない英語間違えてさ、なんか必要な額足りてないんすけどみたいな言い方になっちゃった。本当にすまねえ。No. Give her more. No. 間違えた。I got more than I deserve. I got more than I deserve. 間違えました。すいません。足りないのか。足りるんです。Here, guys, you deserve more. すめえ。I'm so sorry. すいません。すいません。Forgive me. ありがとうございます。足りないのか。なことないんです。Mom, can you pick me up? ママ助けて。ございありがとう。足りなかったかすいません。どうしよう。本当にすいません。仕方カラオケ when カラオケやんなきゃ足りないか。仕方ないよ。すっとぼけしょうがない。すいません。 かわりフルボッコ怖えよもうやだやばいねマジでみんな気をつけてお金だよね Did you realize he's throwing the money at me? みんな気づいてるからお金を投げてるんだぞやべえお前やばいってお前もう終わりかと思ったんですけど I thought it's going to be end of the stream どうですかってきてたらかったすいませんBully with money 大人怖い Adult is scary Adult is scary 大人怖えよ大人怖いよ Oh my goodness おかえり雷 Thank you You will be crushed under the weight of our wallets Some people not realizing you throwing the money at me みんな気づいてるか君が今投げてるのお金やぞお金ってすごい大変なんだぞ稼ぐのスパチャはお金ではなくお気持ちですありがとう名前読めなくてごめんねすげえ
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But super chats are basically just donations, right? And it's cute. Actually today, I think today or yesterday or something, she did a gacha stream. Let me see if I can find the tweet. So So, okay, no. Let me first say that in the situation where if that were to happen on my stream, especially when I don't have anything set up for it, I'm turning off the stream like immediately. If it actually ends up being considerable like rollover of money, I'm just turning it off because it's not necessary, and we don't need it. Even if it's for memes, I won't let that happen. But you know, a little fun here and there is like okay. Anyway, so Pikame did a stream earlier too. I think yesterday when she was saying that she was gonna do gacha rolling, kind of like Genshin Impact, but then on Apex you can get characters and stuff. But they edited this a little bit and it's pretty funny.
なんかね、スーパーレジェンドっていう激レアのこれがね欲しくてやっていこうと思います。それでは行きまーす。ガチャいけー。なんかね
Oh god. All right. Amazing. All right, we're actually gonna animate, right? This is an animation stream. We'll animate a little bit, I guess. But yeah, VTubers, man. They are the future. Okay, so we can see here that there's an interesting timing situation. He comes down these steps and then he jumps up. We want the cool part to be the slow-mo up in the air and not this ground, not the step on the ground part, which currently is what's happening. So we just need to take a couple of these frames and then retime them a little bit. So stomp on the ground, but we can shorten it by a lot. And then we need to extend. This part by a lot. VTube Omusan when? Well, actually, I'm trying to come up with a VTuber persona. That's essentially like the branding change I want to do. But I haven't been able to really figure out what would work best for that. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, so in this situation, we will need the camera to do its motion. Okay. For now, we'll leave it like that. It's really messy, but we'll figure it out once we get the spline in. Because once the character's actually splined, then it'll make a little bit more sense. So here, let us actually author in these poses. So if he's going to jump to the side, question is he going to lift his arms like that? Kuretake, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Omo fam. Let's author 2 poses here that makes it a little bit. So this pose down here. Let's make it a little bit more. We're gonna take you, push you back. Yeah, have fun. Have fun playing League, or as much fun as you can. Are the new League rigs available to the same ones used in game? Jimbu asks, are the new League rigs available to the same ones used in game? They're not exactly the same. They're pretty much the same though. And yeah. Where'd the knee pointer go? Oh. Is there a single player title that you would have liked to work on? Single player? What would you consider single player? I would have loved to work on Pokemon. Working on a Pokemon game would be cool. Actually, let me caveat that. Working on a cooler Pokemon game would be cool. I don't know about like main titles from Game Freak. I don't know. I mean, I still like Pokemon a lot, but that would be a situation where it'd be like, we want to animate them more, and then they'll be like, nope, sorry, you can't, and they'd be like, no. So that's what that would be like probably. So. Yeah, otherwise, there aren't too many single player games that I would like kill myself to work on. I'm definitely more into like cute stuff and fun stuff, generally speaking, so. Okay, we're gonna have him spin here. So let's do a rotate here. What's the reason for starting at negative frames? Oh no, that's just because I started at 0 and I just needed more frames, so I went to negative. It used to start at him crouching down here, and I was like, I'd liked him to like run in a little bit and have a crouch, so I just added negative frames. I didn't want to just push everything to the right, so that's not good etiquette. It's not good practice if you're working with other people. There's no reason to go into negative. Juan Avere, Avri, Juan Aver, Juan. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Juan, all right, sounds good. Thanks for coming and thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the Omu fam. Okay, we still need to hold on this part a lot longer, right? So let's go another extra 15. So this cool pose here, we will do an ease in. Cool, so we'll give it 3 frames for the arrival. So we'll just do some more breakdowns on this one. So for example, right now it's facing left. Then we want up here to be facing back here. At least for now, back here. So you can see he's backwards, and then he's like phasing in like this. And then we'll have to do a hold on it. But we need to author the poses first. So come up, side. One thing that I need to keep in mind though, you'll notice that like when we're doing this, and you can see here, you don't want to do too much early tracking on everything. You just want to get the flow overall. You want to get the overall flow in. You don't want to do tracking of like, oh, it's right here and then right here, because the camera is going to change after we spline a little bit. So we're just blocking in general positions of where things we want them to read from, but then all that like extra spicy stuff we will do later. But I think, for example, it's like if you want like a clear read on this arm coming out negative space under the arm, then go ahead and do that. Who was that? Someone just followed. I'm sorry. Who was that? Oh. Madoka, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll keep these arms lower. Then we need to move the root up. So you only finish splining after you finish the camera animation. You'll spline after you finish camera animation. I don't know. I think in this situation, for my brain, it's just easier to sort of do a little bit of both. So I blocked in the camera here a little bit just to get an idea of what I'm doing, and then I'm just animating the character inside the space. But then I won't have a really good idea of where everything needs to be until after I spline everything. So basically what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set myself up in a way where I don't have to completely redo work and it's going in the correct direction. So like, for example, in the camera pose, you're like, okay, so the character will read in this position. Is the pose good? And can I work from it? If it is, then I'll leave it. Is the timing okay? Does the camera track the timing okay? If it tracks it roughly okay, then great. But in terms of like starting to do like the frame by frame of like, okay, the hand needs to do this overshoot and come around this way. I feel like those two things can be like treated a little bit separately. Rabbit Wombat, thank you for following. Appreciate it. Gonna play Clash again sometime. Hey guys, thanks for dropping by. Hey man, your Tristana was the one the thing that was gonna carry us, so no worries. It was all in your hands. Man, whenever Maya freezes like that, I get all real nervous. Dun, 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 dun. That makes sense. I can definitely polish a lot more of like the actual curves and arcs on everything and slightly a little bit of the spacing. But I think for now, I've gotten what I want out of this motion and the timing of it. And we can finagle it a little bit later. Especially with the camera motion. Is the camera actually doing what I want it to do? Cool. So you can see here that the camera path that I put in is actually quite crappy. Is there a reason why I'm pushing in here? I know we're doing camera local stuff, but why would I push in here? Shouldn't I push out? I don't know. Never mind. I guess maybe that's fine because I'm doing a focal length squeeze. Okay. But then when we're here. The jump might be a little bit too fast. Or actually this transition here is not good. Do you see how it's like you can see the ground and the background and then it jumps up and you can't see it, then you can see it again? That's not good. So what do we do about that? Guess I have to translate you up fast. So less rotation. More translate. Okay. Cool. There's going to be one more thing I want to do, which is basically two things before we go into spline. Hopefully we can do that before the end of stream today. Is I want to do a thing where when it comes down and we go through all these clones that we're going through each one of them, kind of like the cinematic that we watched for the climb. I'm going to need to dupe some meshes though, and then I want to change the camera work at the very end. And I think after that, once we blocked all that stuff, and then we can do the splining phase. So like right here, like we go through the clones and then we go like a 360 spin around him as he comes out. Or a 180 spin or something. Okay, so if we're going to be doing the clones, what we're going to do is we referenced a second rig here. So what I'm going to do is, for the heck of it, copy this here. And we're just gonna make a couple cool poses that we'll dupe. How I see some entries? Yeah, there was one that someone did that was the KDA collie. It's pretty dope. And then yeah, there's just like a handful of people that have already spent so much time working on it. It's crazy. So neat. we've got some clones. Alright, so it comes back. Oh, there's one using Ekko and Braum already, like both of them in a one scene or something. That sounds pretty hype. Okay, so this is the rough path that I want the character to go on. Let's see if we can get the camera to go through this path. As soon as I turn off. That's slightly annoying. Yeah, don't worry. I'd say if anything, just start something. If time is always a concern, just do something small, something simple. No need to go so crazy. I don't even know if I'm gonna finish my thing, but that's because I'm not too stressed about it, honestly speaking. So. Body Geo, where did you go? Hey, why do you turn on and off like that? I don't get it. This is making me upset. Ugh, I'll just group you and then turn you on and off. God. I hate textures. Why do they always suck? God damn it. Makes me upset. Okay. There was a question. Have I done any animation school? I went to 3, but I never finished a full program. I went to Animation Collaborative up in Emeryville. It's next to Pixar. That's when I first started taking lessons. Then I took some classes at Anim School as well as Animation Mentor. Anim Mentor was I took a creatures class and that was it for 1 semester with JD Haas. And then I took some courses at Anim School, specifically the game track, and I think I took the first 2 or 3 classes for the Anim track, and I took about 3 or 4 classes at Animation Collaborative in my first year, but that was it. Okay, so we want camera. To now go through all of this. Why did I not do end of the whole program? For which school? For Anim Mentor or for Anim School? Animation Collaborative was because I decided I wanted to do video games, and they were on a track to go into film, so I decided to stop there. And I was like, I'm gonna go find other classes to do. So one of the first classes was I want to do creatures. I want to do a little bit of creature stuff so that I can get into like an internship for games or something. And I just took one class there because the problem with Animation Mentor is that it's hard to. It's a long program and placing into it was pretty difficult. Anim School allowed me to just jump into the games track from the get-go, so I started there. And the ultimate reason why I didn't finish the program there was because I started working. I started working at Riot, so that's why I didn't finish. Do you think it's a must-do to stay in animation school or to do animation school? That's a tricky question. Everyone has different mileage for whether classes are useful to them. Some people are hands-on, where you just have to just work and just do projects to learn. Some people need teaching where someone tells you what to do. Some people can just watch YouTube videos and analyze other people and then figure out how to do that. So everyone has a different capacity for learning. So I think ultimately it's more about understanding your own abilities and what works best for you. That being said, the only reason why it's important is because ultimately to break into the industry, if you're looking to do an art, any kind of art, essentially you just have to be good enough, right? Your artwork or your animation or anything just has to be at a level that people are like, wow, this person has what it takes to be good. And that's just to break into the industry, right? It's like comparatively to all the other people available for this open spot, is this person ready? And if you're ready, then things will move from there. So you don't need to go to school. There are a lot of people that don't necessarily go through formal education in animation, but there are arguments for it being helpful. I mean, the thing is, people teach for a reason, right? Teaching is one of the best ways to assimilate information and give it to people in a way that is easy to understand and a way that people can learn from. Obviously, education quality varies from place to place, but I think the core concept here is the question is like, where do you go to better improve your skills faster or more effectively? And a lot of times, sometimes mentorship is one way to do it. You can find someone online to give you a lot of feedback one-on-one. But I think ultimately the most important thing is just pen mileage, right? The most important thing is just to animate, to do it over and over and over. There's no substitute for practice, right? As most people would always tell you. So that's probably number one. If school makes you practice, gets you motivated, then there's a reason to do it. Going to school will not guarantee that you're successful, right? Much like anything else you do. The only thing that guarantees success is your hard work and luck. and a combination of some other things, but I'm wondering if we should transition like do we even need a transition from here? Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it as if he stopped time. So he smashes it and we don't even transition. We just do a jump cut. We just do a jump cut from the camera. So smash, and then camera goes straight to this. And then we shift this up one. Okay. Now this camera. Okay. So here. As someone who went to school, not an art school, the best it's done for me was give me a clear goal and focus and something to work towards. It's also provided opportunities to connect and network with a lot of people, blah, blah, blah. It wasn't necessarily the best for becoming a better animator, at least skill-wise, but it was a good and more well-rounded aspect, I guess. Junk Robot says, I have gotten some online class, but it was just videos. At first it was okay, but at some point I lost gas and it was not working. Recently I have gotten a teacher. He is not the best, but the fact that he's the person that makes me mad at not animating and it motivates me to make professional. Great experience too. Thanks for sharing, you too. Yeah, everyone's story is different. Like, you know, I go to work and I'm like, I don't want to animate today. I really don't. But then you have to, right? So there's this thing that all of us artists have to work with, right? Which is kind of figuring out how to get ourselves to be in a state of motivation, right? You can't just will yourself to do stuff brainlessly, right? The healthiest thing is to create a positive feedback loop for yourself so that the things that you are interested in doing are things that you're motivated to do naturally. And there's a lot of combinations to this, right? Like the thing is that if you're good at something and you're improving at something, that acts as a positive feedback force to keep you going, right? If you don't see yourself improving over time, then that kind of is a demotivator, right? That doesn't make you excited to keep learning. As humans, we want to see progress. We want to see change, or at least like improvement. So it's one of those things where if you can find ways to get yourself to be interested and passionate and excited, then that's the best. So, and sometimes in those situations, if you are having a teacher that just tells you should just do these things, sometimes it's better to just focus on learning how to do something, not the way you want, but the way that someone else wants, right? Because you learn from that experience about what you like and what you don't like about it, right? It's like trying new food. Do you literally just go by recommendations from all your friends and family? Just like, this is good, this is good, this is bad, this is bad. Good food is something that you find out whether you like it or not by trying it, right? Yeah, and I mean, sometimes there's just things that like you have to experience them first to know. Like I didn't really know if I wanted to be an animator, and then I took one class, and that class I took at Animation Collaborative for the first time really, I think on day 2 when I was in class, I think after that lecture, I really got like really inspired. Really inspired, and I think it was one of the main reasons why I decided I wanted to do animation. Oh god, it's spinning. Thank you for the follow. Nabe Hobby? Nabe Hobby? Welcome to the Omo fam.
Somehow I
Hmm. Mmm. Yummy chips. Right back. I get some water. Okay. Alright, my bag is crunchy. Alright, let's look at this a couple of times. Is there any other stuff that we need to put in to make sure that when we spline, it's not going to look like crap? seems okay. I think some timing and spacing is a little off. The camera motion is a little bit too fast at the end, I think. But I think we can fix that as we go. Oh, good point. Yes, actually. We probably have to put in a couple of things there. Yep, right here. Good catch. Okay, that's one thing we have to do. Okay. Let's go do that. So right here. Tangent. But do you think Wild Rift intro and with the character sitting? Yeah, of course. Have you seen well, I don't know. Sitting is interesting. Because sitting isn't as aspirational as like standing or doing a cool pose, but you know you can have a cool pose in a sitting stance, kind of like splashes. Man, I'm so hungry. I'm eating chips. So bad for you. Maybe the spin at the end is too much. Yeah, let's get rid of that. We're gonna zoom in on this little guy. There we go. That feels a little bit better. Hey, Nerf Herder. Oh, no. Thanks for dropping by. No, I enjoy doing this. Hopefully it's helpful in some manner. Most of it is just me just trying to I'm staring at this and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing. How do I make this look good? Like I don't know how to frame the copies in the beginning, like when you hit the boom and then it goes into this freeze frame. I don't know how to get this because it looks better from like a side view. But I don't know what angle is best. Maybe it's like, maybe I just need to like push these out more because maybe I just need to like frame them out a little bit better. Like the moment you posh out. Like maybe these have to be more out so you can see them. Is the nudge hotkey you use to favor selected keys to a previous one? Yeah, I have D and F. D and F are hotkey to previous and advanced, so it'll favor left or right.
Needles, essential.
Absorbing man. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, the going through the character thing, like the zoom, zoom, zoom. Did I change the camera focal length here? I don't think I did. Okay. Okay. Coming back to this. Would I say 2D VFX are key to a good Wild Rift intro? Maybe. I think VFX in general are really important. It depends on your idea though. If you're doing something that requires like magic or something, then it's pretty important. Our plan to go back to work is like a rolling thing. I think we still have a long ways to go before we all go, everyone's at work and we're back to normal, but there's like a phasing plan that we have, so. All right. I think we're about ready to spline it. Actually, there's a couple of small pose issues here. Wow, today was supposed to be a slime stream, but as usual, nothing goes as planned. I also kind of want to see if I can add something here. Let me see if I can add a wonder if this will make any difference. No, I think doing a spin on this would be too much, right? Yeah, it's fine. He's already done enough cool stuff. It's fine. Take care, Nerf Herder. Thanks for dropping by. Oh, I mean, if you're gonna do like hand 2D effects and you're gonna draw it, that might be a little bit too much work. That's completely a separate thing on its own. If you can find some stock 2D effects online or buy a pack or something and just put them in afterwards, then that's probably better, I think. All right, let's save this. We're gonna save this and then save it as spline, and then we're just gonna spend a little bit today doing that. It's already 6 for me. I need to eat dinner. Save as, and then we pray. Boom. All right, let's see how ugly it is. Okay. Not the worst. Chips for dinner, yes. Still eating. Okay. 225. Because if we're negative 15, 15 plus 25, 225, 225 plus 15 is 240. 240 divided by 30. 8 seconds. We are exactly at the limit of the anim challenge. Exactly 8 seconds. Oh, drink water reminder. Wait, can I edit those right now? How do I change that? Let's see. That should be easy to change, right? Channel points, here we go. Okay. How many? There are a lot of people. There are a lot of you guys that have been around here for a while. So, how many points do you guys want hydrate to be? Or what kind of reward? What kind of rewards do you guys want for these points? I feel like highlight my message is a little bit meh. $3.6K. Hey, that's actually quite a bit. Honestly, I don't stream very often, so if it's only within the 3-hour window on Sundays, then it's a little bit hard. Okay, I guess for now I'll just put them out as Wow, you can put icons for these too. That's crazy. I can't change what it does. Custom rewards, visit collection, increase the custom reward. Oh, here. Okay, hydrate, 300. Background color. Create. Or does that work? Ooh, this is fun. I'll figure out how to do this more often. Redeemed hydrate. Okay, so how do I prove? Do I do a slurp slurp? ASMR drinking. Oh no, another one? Also, sorry Jiroku, you didn't get the discounted version. You had to pay 50 extra points. That's kind of cute. Each redeem 250 milliliters. Wait, how much is 250 milliliters though? Isn't that a lot? No, it's not. Actually, is it? That's not a lot, but that can stack up pretty quickly, I feel like. Considering that there's 30 of you guys. But I mean, Wait. G Pinot, G Pinot. You just don't blow. I need more rewards, so there's more variety. I mean, we don't use metric system, but we use the metric system in chemistry class. So I have an idea of like 250, but most of our things definitely are not in liters. All right. Okay, so now we're actually splining. There's so much wrong with it. So right now I'm just cleaning up the camera work because the character seems to just generally be okay. His overall like pathing, we can fix a little bit of the delay and stuff on a lot of stuff, but right now I'm trying to just make sure that from this camera angle that the camera is tracking all points of the environment and the character pretty smoothly so that it feels natural. Mostly, I should say. Like one thing to note, for example, is like if you look at this line on the horizon, the tricky thing here is that when he jumps like this, you track it, it's doing this line. Let's see, a little bit bigger. The line is going from left to right up. So as he's going, track that. If it's going, right side is going down faster, then you have to make sure that follows that. I'm looking at his butt. His butt is going backwards here. But it's staying in the center, so I can do a little bit of change here, where maybe I keep him a little bit more left, or he actually goes back a little bit here. So I can take TZ, pull it forward marginally, like that, so that the ease on him when he's going up is actually softer. And then you'll notice that the background line is going like this. It's rotating clockwise, goes down, but then it comes back up here. Now, granted, we're rotating around, so the background is like changing, but then there is an interesting thing where it goes up, it goes down, up, down, which we don't want. So maybe we rotate the camera face down a little bit here. So we key this, but we go to like that. If you look at the gray space, if you're tracking the gray space, it feels more natural, right? So this way, when you're transitioning really fast, it's basically just shape changes, right? Even if in 3D you're translating through a space a lot and you're like seeing things go by. This is where motion blur is really helpful, because motion blur will just blur everything that's not the right shapes and then make it smooth for you. But when you don't have that, you can't cheat it. So just in this situation, we need to just keep track of all these things. So gray area comes down, it goes down. We may be able to reduce how much, a little bit, like this. So it's like 40% right now, and then like 30%, like 10, 15%, and then 10%, and then 7%, and then nothing. So when you're playing really fast, you still get that nice sense. Also, it's interesting because right now I'm looking at this angle here. This means the camera is tilted to the right side. As we spin, it flattens out and then it tilts to the right side continuously. So maybe we can just keep it tilted the entire time. We don't need to turn it, do we? Yeah, that feels a little bit better, right? Less distraction. Ah! Put some time limit on hydrate. Oh, how do we put time limits? Can we put time limits on? Time limit. Oh, cooldown time limit. At least one redemption option must be set in order to proceed. Time limit. Redemption per stream, limit redemptions per user per stream. I will give everyone 3 uses. You can redeem every hour. Sure, yeah, that's fine, whatever. We'll save that for now. We'll see how that works. Sebs asks, total random question, any tips for tracking the legs of a character mid-air? The first thing would be basically, do you guys use trackers? I just started using this thing from Animbot. It'll be a lot harder here, but it's gonna track this thing, so. If you guys can find stuff like this that lets you track the like visual arc of everything, then that's like the easiest way of doing it. Otherwise, honestly, you just have to track it with like a pen or something, or a marker on your screen, or some other tool that will help you do that. Otherwise, you might just have to like frame through like this and just like keep your eye on it. Overall, just think of it as a bouncing ball. The way that I would imagine most animations is that if you can track the root, the head, the hands, and the feet, these 6 points together, plus maybe the chest, if you can track like any perspective that you have on your animation, if you can just track those along everything, then that'll just get you the most bang for your buck. And I guess the tricky thing with tracking is that there's no way around it. You just have to track it and then just edit your poses and edit your timing and spacing so that the arcs are all really appealing, I guess, right? There is no way around it. Okay. So what I did here, if people, I'm trying to see, it's hard for me to talk when I'm like working and focusing. So I'm going to try doing this thing where it's like, I focus a little bit and explain sort of what I did. That might be a little bit more helpful. I'm not sure. But also for editing, it's a lot easier for me to have batches where I'm working and not working versus like, versus just like I'm talking every single 5 seconds and I have to cut every single 2 seconds for like 1 second gaps. So what I'm trying to do right now is really get these poses to read nicely, but then also find out the relationships of how fast I want. I was watching the root, and the root of initially was coming in pretty slow. So what I want in this situation is to get from this pose, which is the passing, which is like the running in midair, into this low contact. And I wanted to get in there pretty quickly because right now what I saw earlier was that the translate TX, which was this one, it was pretty linear. Like if you look at this right now, it's pretty linear here, and then it eases in. It used to be like this. It used to be pretty flat all the way through. So all I did was I just like pushed it a little bit more so that his root feels like it's arriving quicker, if that makes sense. But then when I retimed that, it made me have to move all the camera keys forward too, because the camera keys are synced to sort of his momentum when he's coming down. And then I was also just thinking about, okay, so the foot strike is right here, it's stroke, it goes flat, this back foot is coming forward, and before it was really slow, so actually I just kept this long elongated pose and then a passing and then straight into contact, like 1 2 3. And then I was doing a little bit of work on the arms, trying to make sure that like the pose that he's coming from still holds. And then as he comes down, I need this to come in, his elbow to raise. The problem with IK always is just the fact that your arms and clavicles sometimes just always never create shapes that feel very natural. Okay, so I'm pretty happy with most of it. I do need to follow this arm, and then I need to make sure that any pose that we're doing here looks good on this camera. So for example, right now, this is pretty decent, but I can totally move his arm down to the right and pull it out. I can really get this this bat out. Raise his shoulder a little bit. Raise his elbow. That's nice. And then we really want to get, even though his arm looks really good from this side right now, let's really get some sort of visual fidelity on that. We can even use the high extend low to pull his arm out even more. Nice. What we will want to do eventually is I don't know, actually. I don't know what I was going to say. Welcome back, Peter. Okay, so right now with this pose, we need to make sure that the coming across of the weapon feels really nice. So as he comes down, This will come down. Then this is not good, so we need to cross it over. We're just tracking the shape on this as well as basically its relationship to the face. Then we're gonna do something fancy here. I like it how it goes in front of the camera, so that's an impact point. So let's do it even more. Well, we need to make sure we're tracking the arc. So down, down, we want this to come down. Down, 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 across. To the right. Cool. All right, now we're gonna do something tricky here, which will be interesting. We're actually going to one, two, and take this. I'm gonna smear it. We're gonna want to add a little bit of extra actually like this here, I think. What we're doing here is I'm just fidgeting the pose so that it fits into the canvas better. Because like this feels a little bit natural, more natural when it's a little bit lower in 3D. But since we're doing stuff into this camera right now, we definitely want to make sure that it's hitting all those. This could also be maybe a little bit too much, theoretically, but I think for now we'll just leave it. Maybe tone it down a tiny bit later. The upper body right now, I don't feel like it's doing very much to help until there. So we might bring his root in his upper chest might lead this action a little bit more. Like that. And then we'll keep his foot stuck. Okay. Now the swipe is a little bit distracting because in my impression is that it is taking too long to swipe. So we will actually try this. So we'll do it one frame earlier. Yep. One frame earlier ties a little bit better with the action in the beginning. 35. Would I be able to share ProRig to use? Unfortunately, I would not be able to do that. I apologize. Okay, let's give his hand an interesting cool pose. We will do this, bring it forward. And we'll open his hand. Okay, something that doesn't feel too T neutral.
Wish that I could find the words to describe you now, as I'm lying next to you and the world goes quiet.
Okay, so right now what I'm looking at right here on this camera view is when he comes down and rests, his arm comes back. This arm comes really slow and it reaches this apex for one frame, that has to go back. So actually, for it to feel like he's landing and coordinated with the camera, he needs to shoot his arm out a lot faster. So we'll take this and we'll grab it forward. We'll add a keyframe and ease in. And we can hold back the arm pulling back as much as possible. Do this and we can do this. So do you see how now when it comes out, it's coordinated? It has an ease in on it a little bit, but it feels more in line with the action. And so the camera and the character are doing things together, down and tick, hold, pull through. Then it just feels more natural. or at least when you're watching it, you understand what's going on. Okay guys, I'm gonna spend like another 10-15 minutes, but then we didn't get as much splining as I would like, but I think since we have an extra day in this entire month, we can spend a little bit more time. We have 2 more sessions, which I think is actually pretty decent. Okay, what's next? Head might have to be involved with the antic. And then on this jump, what we really want to do is we make sure we follow the arc on the weapon. Let's see if we can't cheat something out here. Closer to camera. So that you follow the shape of this. Actually, honestly, in game, in this perspective, you actually don't see much of that. But I think if we can cheat it here a little bit, then it feels like he's spinning it, which makes it even more impactful. so we're trying to go on and try to get a overshoot. I wonder. Something about... Oh, it wobbles. Hello. There, we cleaned it. Okay. I think we can maybe, when we revisit this, add a little bit of more slowdown on this. And that'll give us a little bit more of that slow-mo feel. Because right now it doesn't quite feel like slow-mo. Because we need more keep alive on the rotation. Okay. I can live with that for now. Wow, we go so fast through the clones at the end. It's hard to see. And his rush into idle is pretty fast. They might be able to steal because we have quite a few frames at the end, right? Seems like we can do that. Yeah, I think the slow-mo here is like jump up and then we slow. And then we go. All right, guys. Thanks for joining. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for making it fun. Today's was a little bit more quiet. There's a this piece. There's so much stuff in it. I think I run into the same issue over and over, which is just having a shot that's always a little bit too much. It would be a little bit less stressful if it were a little bit more simple, but what can you do, I guess? If we can finish it, it'll be pretty nice. But today we did a lot more blocking plus, and we did some spline, probably like what 10% of it. Yeah, Jir-san, thanks for hyping it up today. That was quite exciting. You don't stream, do you? Jir-san? Let me look at your... Oh, you did before? 3 months ago? 6 years ago? You do stream. Says. Maybe not recently, but... Yeah, you should do some audio streams. That'd be really dope. I'll return the favor. Cool. We'll be back next week. Next week we're going to be focusing on making sure that the spline feels really good. And I'm probably going to be doing a little bit more polish. But we're already basically doing some polish here. We're just framing through, making sure that all these poses read really well. On top of when we're doing the same thing. So the way that I spline usually is actually both spline and polish. If you really wanted to, you could just make sure that you can go through and spline everything nicely, but everything already sort of looks fine. There's nothing really broken about it. Thank you everyone for being so wholesome and so fun. You guys are the best. All right. I'm so tired for some reason. I'm gonna keep it at that. I'm gonna get those emotes ready, hopefully for next week. Let's see if they look good. They're probably gonna look really shitty, but we will iterate. We will make them better because you subs deserve it. All right, guys. Thanks. Good night, good morning to whatever location you live in. Everyone's from all over the place, so I'm gonna go make din din.